Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Welcome to the room 1 of the third UNES Student Conference 2020. We will start the presentation on 10:45. For the first presenter, Mr. Ahmad Sugianto, please prepare your presentation. Thank you, sir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to welcome you in room 1 of the 3rd UNES Students Conference 2020, exploring supermodernity in literature, culture, and education. Let me introduce myself. My name is Pandu Perdana Putra, and I will moderate this room in this session. I will explain the details of the presentation first. So there will be 6 presentations in this parallel session. For every presenter, 10 minutes is given to present the paper. If there is any technical problem, the presenter will be given 2 minutes to fix the problem. If it is already more than 2 minutes, we will continue to the next presenter. So please be well prepared. The question and answer session will be at the end of the session. So please note your question first and to whom the question will be asked. In case to avoid we forget to whom the question will be asked. Okay. I think we can start the presentation now without further ado. Let me call the first presenter from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Mr. Ahmad Sugianto, with the title of Teachers' Voices of Intercultural Competence in ELT, Why and How. Please, Mr. Sugianto, you may present the paper now.
Thank you very much, Pak Pandu.
You're welcome, sir.
Well, Bapak, first slide. Well, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Bapak. Research entitled Teachers' Voices of Intercultural Competence, abbreviated IC in English Language Teaching, Why and How. Well, the contents of the presentation will be divided into 5 parts. The first one is why.
Mr. Sugianto, I suggest to turn off your video.
The methodology. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Continue, sir.
Well, the contents of the presentation will be divided into 5 parts. The first one will be about the burning issues. In this case, it will discuss about the rationales for conducting the study, and it will be followed by the methodology. In this case, it will describe the method or design used in the study, as well as the way the data were collected and analyzed, and the subjects or the participants involved. And then in the third part, I will discuss about the results or the findings of the study. And then it will be followed by the conclusions based on the findings obtained and the recommendation for the future research. And now we are moving to the first
Mr.
part
Sugianto,
of the
would you please reshare the screen?
Oh. I'm sorry. Well, Wait a minute. Okay. Ya, mohon maaf Bapak Ibu. Can you see the presentation slide now?
Sure. I can
Okay,
see.
yeah, sorry.
Yes.
The burning issues, in this case, the first one I from Byram, Grikova, and Starkey in 2002. Why IC or intercultural competence is needed? It is because, according to them, IC leads to the effective communication. So when someone has this kind of competence, she or he will have better understand about the culture that he or she owns and other cultures. And according to the OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the education in the future will be more intellectual capacity and effective communication, which involve cultures, will become the essential issue. And in EFL context, IC is not often much tension and through investigation in production practice. It based on the report from Idris in 2020 and Atai and Kurt in 2009. And also in the EFL context, challenges appeared in this case as shared first culture and limited access to input from the interaction with speakers of English become the problems why I see need to be pondered. So this study actually tries to investigate the teacher's view concerning the intercultural competence in ELT. And next, the methodology. So in this study, a mixed method, a quantitative and qualitative method were employed. So it is based on reason that to get more comprehensive and deeper data. And the subject involved in this study comprised 31 teachers having the experience about less than 1 year, or they still fresh graduate, and experience found is 8 years. And they also have some experiences uh, in terms of the level of the primary up university level. And also the instruments to gather the data consist of questionnaire adopted and adapted from SERCU in 2005. In this case, the questionnaire was translated into Bahasa Indonesia, and also the structure interview employed. Finding from measurements, there are some results obtained in this case. Yeah. For instance, according to them, they report that culture is also important as English language teaching. And also they, in this case, they in percentage about 64.5% say agree with this kind of notion. And also, 35 say strongly with this kind of notion. they perceive that culture is very language teaching. In this case, 58.1% say agree with this kind of notion, and also 41 strongly agree. And next, yeah, overall, in terms of their views about IC or intercultural competence, they see that they say 58% strongly agree with IC. So they perceive that not only the target language, but also the source culture or the Indonesian culture should be introduced to the students like that. And based on the interviews conducted, that they perceive or reveal that culture is important. So they believe that culture is an inextricable part of the language teaching, in this case, English language teaching. And through introducing cultures and integrating cultures into their teaching practice, students' interest can be enhanced. So it will facilitate the students to have prior knowledge or knowledge itself about the target culture and also the source culture. And one of the interesting results from the interview is based on the subject teacher 5. In this case, the subject perceive or says that emphasis should be given on local culture to assist the students' understanding of the materials learned. So in this case, the teacher believed that by having such notion, it will make the students understand about the English more better. So in this case, the results of the is also corroborated by the importance of culture in language teaching, according to Lady Kuat, that culture is an essential entity to language teaching. And also, according to Abdurrahman Usu and Tanipu in 2016, that actually there are some problems when dealing with the integration of cultures in English language teaching. They consist of the limited time and lack of materials related to cultures or textbook and lack of knowledge concerning the target culture. And also, according to Miftah and Minoya, teaching cultures can foster the students' interest, leading to engagement in English learning. So, actually, yeah,
Mr.
what,
Sugianto, please the
yeah,
closing statement for this paper.
yeah. Well, actually, I would like to discuss about the way the teachers delivers the materials, and there are some various techniques that the teachers use. And yeah, I actually yeah, we are going to discuss about the conclusions. So there are some points here. Most of the English teachers have a positive belief in integrating culture into their teaching practice and intercultural language teaching. And the integration of cultures can enhance the students' interest and engagement. And a number of techniques were employed. So in this case, in the forms of printed, video, and mix of them. And also supporting facilities and teachers' adequate knowledge concerning cultures were required to make the integration of the intercultural competence run well.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Ahmad Sugianto.
yeah,
Thank you so much for this presentation.
yeah,
Alhamdulillah.
thank you.
First paper.
Yeah.
Okay. Let us move to the second presentation. And the second presentation will be still presented by Mr. Ahmad Sugianto. And the title is Constructing the Instructors Types of Questions in Asynchronous EFL Learning, Scrutiny from Students' Stances. Mr. Sugianto, you can prepare the paper again.
Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Again, now I would like to present the research entitled Construing the Instructor's Types of Questions in Asynchronous EFL Learning. So in this case, the synchronous EFL learning was conducted in a WhatsApp group. It's about the scrutiny from students' answers. So the contents will be divided into 4. The first one is burning issues, and yes, still it's about the reasons why the study was conducted, followed with the methodology, the explanation about the methods or designs and the way the data were collected and analyzed, and also the participants involved, and then it will be followed by the results or the findings of the study and conclusions. Well, now the burning issues. So why the instructors types of questions become the point that was studied. According to Richards and Lockhart in 1996, the way the teachers' questions used have some influences to the teaching. If questioning time, by having an effective questioning technique, students' interest can be maintained. And also the teachers can use this kind of technique to focus the content of the lesson. And then it is to be used as a way to clarify what the students have said, like that. And also it can be used to elicit some structure or vocabulary items. So the teachers or instructors can introduce structure or vocabulary items to students by an effective questioning technique. And also it can be used to check the students' comprehensions of the materials learned. And then through an effective questioning technique, students' participation can be established or maintained, like that. And why more? These are based on some studies. In this case, for example, based on math study in 2008, questioning technique or types of questions is regarded as an essential means for exchanging ideas. So by having a questioning technique that is effectively conducted, teachers and students can share their ideas.
It seems you deactivated your screen share again.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Excuse me, Bapak Ibu. Can you see the slide now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. So, well, next, according to Farahian and Reza, that effective questioning technique is really important in language teaching practice. So, lack of participants that students have, according to their report in their study, is caused by the ineffective questioning technique that the teacher used. And next, the types of questions used influence the way students use language. So actually in Febrianto study in 2015, some teachers use certain types of question. For example, when the teachers use display question or class question, the students will tend to have shorter question like that. So the way the teachers types of questions consider an important aspect in language teaching. And in this study, the framework used is from Richards and Lockhart. In this case, there are, and also Ma in 2008. So there are actually 4 types of questions. The first one is procedural question. It has to do with the classroom procedures, management, and routines. And next, the convergent question. It has to do with generating students' answers, and it requires students or statements such as, this type of questions actually question, thing like that. And divergent question is another, the other type of question. It requires students to answer by using their higher order thinking. It's the opposite of convergent question actually. And the last one is rhetorical question. It is the type of questions that actually the questioner answers by himself or herself like that. And the research gap, actually why this study was conducted. In this case, it tries to investigate the types of questions. So as far as I'm concerned, based on the searching from the internet, that limited studies investigating the types of questions used by teachers, particularly in terms of an online learning setting. So commonly, generally the previous studies conducted this kind of subject or a problem in terms of face-to-face learning. So this what makes different from the previous study. And the research methodology, in this case, the mixed method, a quantitative qualitative design was used. And the instruments used consist of interviews and documentations. In this case, the documentation in the form of online archives. And the participants consist of 23 graduate students and an instructor from one of the universities in Bandung City. And it was conducted over 6 sessions, started from April to May in 2020. And in terms of data analysis, the descriptive statistics was employed, and also the systematic coding procedures comprise initial coding, followed with axial coding, and the last one is selective coding were employed. So these are the findings of the study. In this case, in the first session, the types of questions used, particularly the convergent question, became the most frequently used by the instructor, followed with the divergent question and procedural question, and it was found that rhetorical question used by the instructor. And in the second session, it was found that the convergent questions still dominate the types of questions used by the instructor, followed with the divergent question, procedural question, and in this session, there was no rhetorical question used by the instructor. And in the third session, still similar to the previous session, the convergent question was the most frequently used in the session, and then it was followed with divergent question and procedural question. And also there was no rhetorical question used by the instructor. And in the fourth session, it was found that the convergent question still dominates the session or of the course. And in the fifth session, It's found a difference in this case, procedural question used in this course, followed with a convergent question and divergent question. And also there was no rhetorical question used by the instructor. And in the last session, session 6, it was found that the convergent question became the types of question used by the instructor. And there was no rhetorical question found in this session. And these are the detail of the types of questions used and the percentage, yeah. And then the overall findings in this case, it was found that the convergent question was the most frequently used types of question by the instructor with 52%, followed with the divergent question with 27%, and then 0%.
Mr. Sugianto, your closing statement, please.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I would like to discuss about the student's voices in terms of uh, the types of questions used by the instructor. Well, the conclusions of this study was the convergent question constitutes the most frequently types of questions, which was followed with the divergent and procedural question and rhetorical question in order. And there were some students' views of the questions. So in this case, students and students can active part conducted a main tool for checking the students' understanding like that. And also there were some challenges found. The students perceive or report that the unstable internet connection, flood of messages, and lack of engagement because it was conducted in an online setting. Uh, those are the problems. And any before coming to the class and careful attention are required to be taken into account by the students as they join the online class like that. Uh, okay, thank you very much. I return the screen to the moderator. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sugianto. Before we move to the next presentation, please turn on your camera for a moment, Mr.
Okay.
Sugianto.
Yeah. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sugianto. Let me call the third presenters today, Miss Faye Beola Putri Haryani from Universitas Sugia Pranata, with the title of an analysis of Vaseline hand body edge using Roland Barthes semiotics. Please, Miss Faye, you can prepare your PowerPoint.
Okay, wait.
If it's possible, please do activate your video also. Thank you. You may start now, Miss Faye.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So, my name is Fabiola. I'm from Sugio Pranoto Catholic University. Today, I would like to present about my research. The title is An Analysis of Vaseline Hand Body Ads Using Roland Barthes Semiotic. So, I'm start with my background. The first is advertisement. In this era globalization, advertisement is known to be essential component in introducing and marketing product to the public. Having the goals of boosting the image of product and also inviting the audience to use buy or product being advertised. Advertisement would also indirectly carry the ideology and the culture of the country that advertises its product. The secondly is beauty standard. In a advertisement, a certain kind of beauty standard is usually announced. In Asia, especially Indonesia, there is assumption that the definition of woman's beauty is usually connected with white, fair, and glowing skin. In other words, for Indonesian, beautiful is identical with white skin. And the third is semiotic by Roland Barthes. For analyzing the advertisement, the best theory that I can apply is that from semiotic by Roland Barthes. Roland Barthes is developing the theory from predecessors named Ferdinand de Saussure. Roland Barthes does not only stop on the level of identifying what is the signifier and signified element of the denotative and connotative meaning, but also of the method, but also the myths that is being believed by the society. This is it for reason that I use the theory for analyzing Vaseline hand body advertisement. So the next move to the problem formulation. Due to my background, therefore for my research, I have two problem formulation. The first is what are the beauty signifier and signify of Vaseline hand body ads? And the secondly, how does Vaseline hand body ads define of beauty? And then move to the objective of the study. The first is to find out the signifier and signified in Vaseline hand body ads. Second is to find out the definition of beauty according to Vaseline hand body ads. And then this is the review of literature. I also explain more about Roland Barthes semiotic. For my review of literature, I see that importance to find out what I see actually Roland Barthes semiotic. In brief, his theory can be summed up with the table as you can see. Basically, the Roland Barthes give the two levels of understanding the image showing advertisement. In the first level, he suggests that we would interpret the denotative signifier and the signified. And then the second level, the denotative sign are analyzed by trying to understand the connotative signifier and signified. It is the connotative sign that Barthes asks us to relate to the myths of the culture. The next is concept of beauty. In Indonesia, through some literature reading, I have found that ever since the Mataram Kingdom, royal princes have been doing the skin treatment by using natural ingredients to make their skin glowing white. The glowing white skin has become the standard of beauty for the ancient of Java people, because white skin show also the clean, kindness, and motherly nature of woman. Although time flies, the concept of beauty managed to stay the same during the era of the Dutch and Japanese colonies that took place in Indonesia. Because of this, indigenous women are also affected by the myths, and thus make woman white skin as always being attached with the concept of beauty. Next is research design. So in my doing research, I designed by applied qualitative methods to analyze the advertisement. And analyzing it, I'm helped by Roland Barthes semiotic. For this, the source, I have 3 advertisements. The primary data source from the research are Vaseline Hand Body White UV concert was published in 2014 that I took from YouTube. And the secondly, Vaseline Healthy White Fresh and Fair Hijab was published in 2019 from YouTube. And the thirdly is Vaseline Healthy White SPF 24 was published in 2018 took from YouTube. And the next is procedure.
2 more minutes.
Okay. The firstly, determine the term, which is in the case is about advertisement and how it affect that standard of beauty woman. And the secondly is determining the data source, which is case using three hand body Vaseline advertisement from the YouTube as my primary data. And the thirdly, in data analysis and interpretation, I watch the video and then capture the scene that I want to interpret. And the last is I make the conclusion from the data that I have. As I informed early, I have two problem formation. The first is what are the beauty signifier and signify of Vaseline hand body ads. To answer this, I capture the screen of the hand body YouTube that I can be discussed and analyzed with semiotic Roland Barthes. As you can see in advertisement number 1, this is that I took from YouTube. There are a woman wearing a blue dress who is standing in the center of the living room with the white text written out as, "Are you afraid of the sun because don't want to be dull?" In this ad sample, in the text, this is a signifier, and the image of woman is the blue dress looking at the skin, and her hand is signified. And the next, in number 2, which is took from YouTube, the white text saying that fresh and fair, and this is a signifier. And signified is there are 2 women with a blue dress outfit and wearing a hijab while pouring Vaseline hand body on their hands. And the third is the text is the skin look brighter in 2 weeks, and this is the signifier. And the signify is there is an image of woman wearing a blue dress, blue tank top, with her exposed arm wrapping with Vaseline hand body.
The closing statement, please.
Oh, okay. So for the conclusion that I took from this analysis, the first is most Indonesian women are afraid of the sun, which will make skin dull and dark. The secondly, women who use hijab can take care of their skin without feeling and their skin remain white. And the thirdly, Indonesian women's skin look perfect when it is white and looks bright. In other words, Vaseline Body Ad gives the message to Indonesian women to take care of their skin to become white and glowing because white skin is defined as beauty. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Miss Faye Biola Putri. For anyone who are willing to ask question to Miss Faye, please write down the question for now. And the next presentation will be Miss Eva Handayani with the title of Challenges of English Language Teaching in Junior High School Level in Indonesia during Pandemic COVID-19. Miss Eva, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm still waiting for the share screen. Okay. I will do this share screen first. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay, first of all, good morning to everyone who joining the third UNES Students Conference. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Eva Handayani. I'm a student in Universitas Negeri Semarang. And in this occasion, I'm going to present my mini research regarding the challenges of English language teaching in junior high school level in Indonesia during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then this is today's agenda. Introduction, methodology, finding and discussion, and conclusion. I will be really fast in explaining because it's only 10 minutes. It's quite short. All right, now the introductions. As we know that education is one of the most valuable assets that must be owned by every citizen. Every citizen who has a proper education will be able to improve various aspects of life as well as the economic aspect, for example. An effective education system, of course, is something that must be considered by the government. In Indonesia, the education system is still being studied for its effectiveness in order to obtain an order for the education system that in line with today's era. And then the introduction of the 2013 curriculum to the education system in Indonesia since 2013, of course, which is expected to be the bright spot for education system in Indonesia, has actually caused many challenges for both students and also teachers. And then as the result of various obstacles, the 2013 curriculum is periodically revised, in order to achieve an education and learning process that is capable to develop students' ability in various terms such as personality and then intelligence, noble character, and so on and so forth. And then when the challenges faced regarding to the curriculum, 2013 curriculum have not yet been overcome, by early in 2020, world citizen, including Indonesia, was surprised by the spread of COVID-19 outbreaks, which takes almost all the aspects of life, including education. This is COVID-19. Now, the challenges of in Indonesian education seems like aided or exacerbated by the implementing of distance educations or PJJ or pembelajaran jarak jauh for students across Indonesia from kindergarten until university level. And then why English? Why? For me, it is quite easy to answer this question because we all know that English is an international language, which is the most widely spoken in the world in almost all fields: education, business, internet, trade and commerce, tourism, and so on and so forth. Hence, English is very important to be taught by students in order to improve the quality and also their competencies of Indonesian students at world level. However, in 2013 curriculum, the government no longer requires English subjects in elementary school, which would, of course, have an effect on students as they reach junior high school. Students who do not get English in their previous school will have more difficulties understanding English as they are not familiar with English subjects. And then with this unfamiliarity, the teacher also have to be more extra in teaching English for junior high school students. And of course, another problem emerged in English language teaching when the government implemented PJJ as a result of the COVID-19 outbreak. And then, sorry. Investigate the challenges faced by teacher, in this case is teaching practice or PPL students, as well as by junior high school students, specifically in English study, English learning at junior high school level in Indonesia, sorry. Through this study, the researcher, myself, aims to be able to obtain data related to the challenges in learning English at junior high school from both teacher and also students, so that they can be studied and also can be looked for the solutions to these issues. And then let's move on to the methodology. A descriptive research is used as the research design for this study, and it is used to obtain information on the present state of the phenomena and also to explain what exists and also what happened in today's situation. This study involved 5 PPL students as the teachers who teach English in 5 different schools but still in the same area, and they are teaching from grade 7 until 9. And then the research are also involved 35 junior high school students. They are in the grade 8 who are picked randomly from 3 different schools. And then the data were collected qualitatively by using 2 questionnaires, which with open-ended questions prepared separately for both teacher and also students. And then the aim of the questionnaire is, as I have told you before, that it is to obtain information about participants, about their attitude, about their opinion on teaching and also learning in junior high school level. For focus on their attitude and opinion about the challenges of teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic and how they cope or overcome the challenges. And then the second one is their students' attitude toward teaching English, and then their suggestion on how to improve English education in school. As for students, the questionnaires contain about how important English for them, how often they learn English, and then the biggest challenges encountered by them while learning English, and also their level,
It's left.
their yes,
3 minutes left.
all right, their
Yeah.
level of preferences. And here is the findings. I have separated the findings into two: findings regarding PPL students, and also as the teacher, and also finding regarding students, junior high school student. This is the challenge encountered by PPL students. The first one is lack of motivation of students to engage in teaching and learning. Because it is online learning, the students have a small motivation to join the meeting, or either to the video conference application or other application. There are also not many students who take part in the process of teaching and learning process through video conference. And when they were asked, they still quiet. They follow the teaching learning process, but they do not really pay attention to the teaching and learning. And then the second one, and on the right side, is the how they overcome. Maybe I will not explain about it because it's only 3 minutes left. And then this is another challenge, is learning tools used during teaching and learning activity. PPL students are
12 minutes
required,
left.
are expected, okay, to be able to use various kind of learning and media, both for teaching and learning and also assignments. But in fact, there is a lot of PPL students or even teachers who are not able to use a lot of teaching tools. And then the third one is internet network. I think this one is the major challenges faced by both teacher and also students. Internet network is for students or also for teachers who are living in rural area. Internet network become the biggest problem, since they cannot get a better network connection. And then the last one is the constant use of Indonesian language in English subject due to the lack of student experience in English. This is English subjects, but we as a teacher cannot use English during the teaching and learning process because the students are not familiar with the English, as the result of the government did not requires English subjects in elementary school. All right, next. I will skip this one.
Miss Eva, please, your close
Pardon?
statement.
Oh, all right. Okay, this is the challenge from students. Because the time is over, okay. We will come to the conclusion. The challenge of English language education in Indonesia, especially during this pandemic period, are quite diverse, both in terms of teacher and also students. Therefore, it is important for the government, the school, parents, and other involved parties to take actions to minimize the various challenges faced by them, so that the quality of English language education in junior high school level in Indonesia can be improved. I think that's all for me. Thank you. Stay safe and stay healthy. Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Miss Eva.
Thank
Let's
you.
be quick for a second. I will call Miss Rika Fatmawati with the title of the relationship between plot and character and characterization as depicted in Disney and Pixar's Onward. Miss Rika, please. The time is yours.
Can you see the PPT?
Yes. You may start to present now.
Okay. Well, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Rika Fatmawati, and I want to present about the plot changes. Okay. And I want to present about the plot changes and their effects on character and characterization as depicted in Disney and Pixar's Onward. My presentation will be divided into 5 parts. The first is introduction, the second is objectives, the third is methodology, the fourth is findings and result, and the last is conclusion. Now let's get to the first part, which is introduction. By looking at the fact that problems in humans' life can affect our perspectives and natures or characters, I thought that the same things also happen in a villain. A villain is actually a depiction of a human life that is flavored so that it can be enjoyed and become entertainment for us. Therefore, the storyline or the plot is using the same idea as humans' life story. Hence, I try to analyze it by using an animated film called Onward. Onward is an animation film directed by Dan Scanlon, produced by Pixar Animation Studios, and released by Walt Disney Pictures. The next is objectives. The objectives of the analysis is to find and display the effects of plot changes on character and characterization, and to describe how the plot affects the character and characterization. Next is methodology. This analysis is using the structuralism approach. Structuralism is a system in which each element in a group can only be understood by its relation to other elements as part of a larger structure. Structuralism emphasizes form and structure, not the actual content of the text. This analysis only focuses on the intrinsic elements as the structure of a literary work, especially the plot and characterization. By focusing on and observing the plot changes and their effects on the character and characterization, with the main object is Ian Lightfoot, the youngest siblings of the Lightfoots. The data were collected by observing, watching, and note-taking. Next is findings and results. There are changes in Ian's character and nature throughout the film, before and after the plot changed. At the beginning of the film, Ian is an introverted teenager, timid and lacks self-confidence. He is afraid of anything, including driving. He finds it hard to invite his classmates to his birthday party because he is shy and insecure about himself. We can say that his self-esteem is low. Let's take a look at the picture. This is when he was doing a driving lesson, but he gave up because he was afraid and wasn't ready to do it. After the plot changed, this is the main problem. His deceased father had to bring himself back for a day with magic, and Ian finds out that he can use magic and successfully brings only his father's leg. Therefore, he needs to get out from his comfort zone to do an adventurous quest to find the Phoenix Gem to finish the magic so that he can meet his father. This is the start point of his process to change and become a new Ian. There are 3 major changes. The first is the bravery to do things that he afraid of, which is driving. He can do it because he has to, in order to run away from the angry pixies. The second one is his bold and fearless character. He got this when he had to walk through a magical bridge by stepping on the air, and he didn't realize that the rope was gone. The third one is his confidence. He got this when he told his brother to trust him when they have to save themselves from the dangerous obstacles, and it is improved a lot when he needs to fight the dragon to save his brother. And after facing those problems, in the end, he has already become a brave, fearless, and confident teenager, as well as his self-esteem highly improved. You can see the pictures on the slide that show us the new Ian who was being confident to speak in front of his classmates and wasn't being shy with his friends anymore. The plot in Onward changed unexpectedly. The plot affected the character and characterization by changing the storyline and bringing out unexpected problems and conflicts. In Ian's quest, many problems and conflicts arise, and with those all problems, Ian was forced to act in contrary to his nature because he has to save his brother and himself. He could do all those things because he was in such urgent conditions that forced him to think and act quickly. So without realizing it, he is improved a lot. The last one is conclusion. Based on the analysis above, we can say that film is an imitation of human real life. The plot in a literary work is like a human's life journey which can't be separated from inevitable conditions such as problems and conflicts. The plot affected the character and characterization by changing the storyline and bringing up some problems and conflicts for the character to face or to solve. As depicted in Onward, Ian Lightfoot's life has changed because he has to experience those inevitable conditions. His character changed and developed as he learned from the problems and conflicts that he experienced. With the changes in the plot, he needs to change as well to adapt to it. A character cannot change without being triggered by something. Character development can occur with the help of a changing plot. Therefore, the plot plays a big role in shaping and changing the character's nature. Hence, both plot and characterization have an important relationship with each other. Well, that brings us to the end. Thank you for your attention.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Ms. Rika Fatmawati. Alhamdulillah. For anyone who are willing or wants to ask any question regarding to the paper, please write it down. We will have a session, question and answer session later. The next presentation will be Students' Perception Toward Gamification Applied on English Language Classroom will be presented by me, myself, Pandu Perdana Putra. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me present my project, my research is about the students' perception about gamification applied on English language classroom. So in the era of globalization, where technology is vastly utilized in all of the aspects of our lives, the world of education is evolving too, following the trend of 21st century education or education 4.0, where the use of technology is a must for education. To be able to utilize technology, teachers urge to upgrade their skills, which for this topic is on the technology utilization. So gamification emerged as a method of teaching which utilize and mix technology on the classroom to deliver the knowledge to the students. What has fused from the game to increase the process of learning, their engagement is the elements of points, pages, leaderboards, incentives, which make the student interested in learning. Internet gamification platforms such as Kahoot, Duolingo, Quizzes, etc. are common to be used on the process of gamification, and there are a lot of alternatives on choosing the platform. Okay. The topic was chosen because emerging trends in the development of education worldwide. Technology utilization in teaching has become mandatory for today's teachers. Therefore, I am curious about the students' perception on gamification in public schools, which will later be observed. And I group the significance of this research into two. The first is theoretically and the second is pedagogically. I use four references, references for my research. They are from Chong at 2014, Banfield and Wilkerson, 2014, Ibanez, Diserio and Delgado Cruz, 2014, Pichen and Kochakyun, 2018, and the last is Buckley and Doyle, 2017. Those 5 papers are related to gamification broadly, and 3 of them are related to the gamification in language teaching. So according to Squire, we need to distinguish the terminologies of game-based learning, and gamification. Game by silence is a system which players engage in artificial conflict defined by rules that result in a quantifiable outcome. When game-based learning is a process when the student acquire any knowledge from the game with or without relation with school curriculum. We can say that they play game in their phone or in their PlayStation. It is called game-based learning. And the gamification is using the game mechanics like to promote their learning, problem solving, and motivating the students. Why I use the student perception to be the topic? Because we as an educator or teacher or lecturer should know what they feel or what they see when we taught them. So the feedback from them is very beneficial for us to make our lesson or our teaching will be improved in every meeting or in every evaluation. As stated by Chen and Hauer, student perception is important for the consideration of the success of learning strategy. If we just teach and don't know what are their feedback, sometimes student will not say their problem to the teacher. And that is a lot of cases in Indonesian education. The methodology of this research is descriptive qualitative. So I contacted one class consisting of 30 students in grade 10, students taking social science at SMA 12 Semarang. And I used 2 data collection techniques. The first is questionnaire and the second is interview. We conduct this interview and questionnaire online since the pandemic. Alhamdulillah, we don't face any problem, and I use this formula to analyze the data by using the percentages formula and the labeling things that is related to the statements on this interview. Okay. And the student perception toward gamification using in English classroom is positive based on my finding and conclusion. The students believe that gamification is a good technique implemented in teaching English. It can be proven by the results of the questionnaire that most students gave a positive perception about gamification in English classroom. And the next is suggestion for teacher and further researcher. For the teacher, because this is the era of globalization or era of technological utilization, they need to be upgrade the technological skill, because there is still a lot of teacher who cannot use the internet platform or their gadget to support the teaching process. And for the further researcher, because I think gamification in Indonesia is a new thing. I hope that it can be it can be the inspiration for research topic on education. So that is all of my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah, the presentation session already finished. After this, we will move into the question and answer session. Okay, so there are facilitators here, and I hope that all of the presenter is still in this room, and the participant who wants to ask question, please raise your hand, and I will unmute you to give the question. For the first, please, sir and madam, the facilitator, if you have things to say.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chris.
Do you think that you don't have any question or feedback for our presenters here?
For the participant, please, if you have question. You can write it in the chat box.
Okay, everyone. Actually, you are all doing a great job. You are really doing your research very well and presenting your papers really well. I'm glad to listen to your papers. Well done, everyone. Anyway, can we give applause to every one of you for doing such a great job? Okay. So actually, I would like to say thank you for Ahmad Sugianto. You are doing really great job. You present actually 3 papers, right? But the first one you should withdraw that paper, but that's okay. I'm still curious about your first paper. Maybe in the next, in the near future, I will know your result of your paper, especially for the first one, using methodology in distance learning amid COVID-19 pandemic and how to the teacher and student perceive it. That's it. It's quite interesting. I want to listen to your paper or read about your paper in the future. And you also present 2 other papers. teachers' voices of intercultural competence in LT and why and how, and constructing the structured types of question in synchronous of learning, scrutiny from students' lenses. That's a great job. You present those 3 papers here. Well done. But anyway, I still curious about the first one. How's your progress for the first paper using geology and distant learning amid COVID-19 pandemic? Can you tell us a bit about it?
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to say that we should withdraw the paper title. Actually, what is it? The studies were still being piloted, yeah. And with my partner, my co-author, yeah. So actually, we think that there were still that had to be collected. So we draw it. Yeah, we are really sorry about it.
Okay, no problem. Thank you anyway, Ahmad Sukianto, for presenting at student conference this year. And the next, I would like to thank you for Paula Putri Handayani from Unica for presenting such a great paper for us here. And also, I would like to say thank you and big appreciation for my student at UNES for Iva Handayani, Rika Fatmawati, and Pandu Perdana. You all guys doing such a great job. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And that's all for me. Maybe Bawi, do you want to say something? Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Chris. Pak Widi.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Bu Chris, Bu Mas Pandu. Yeah, I think it's a great event today that we have gathered. I was wrong that I thought it was just for UNES students, but actually, presenters here are coming from UPI and then Unica. I just listened to some from Unica, I think, and I'm part of Mbak Iva. I know Mbak Iva because she was in my class, I think, right, Mbak Iva?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. I didn't realize that the presentations, especially from Miss Beola, that's very great, and I think this is one perspective that, frankly speaking, I am not so tuned in this one, but I think because I'm from SFL linguistics, I think it is something that's similar to what's so-called multimodal analysis, I think. And also from Mas Ahmad Sukianto and Baifa. So this is beyond my expectation, actually, that the research presented here so much, so varied, and so, yeah, I think especially for our student here in UNES, this is a kind of new perspective that you may go not just the effectiveness of something or teaching blah blah blah, and yes, there are so many other field of study, or maybe there are so many theories that you can use, especially in research on language teaching. Yeah, one of that I am still promoting, especially with some friends from UPI also, like Pak Agung, Bukris friends college. Yeah, we are promoting SFL, and especially for promoting appraisal system and some other that maybe is new insight for some student here at UNES, especially in English department. So by this event, I'm sure that you got all new perspective for research, and so you will broaden perspective for research in your skripsi or your thesis, inshallah. Okay. Yeah, I think congratulations. Thank you very much for the presenters, and I couldn't say just thank you, and I appreciate it very much, especially for the presenter from outside UNES and also inside, and very good appreciation from us from the English department. Thank you, Bu Kris and Mas Pandu. I'll go back to you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Pak Widi.
Okay. The next is Miss Tohiria, Bu Hanum. Hello, Bu Hanum. Excuse me, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So, actually, what I need to say is already delivered by Bukres. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
So, it's already delivered by Bukres. I think there is no any problem with this group, and I'm really feeling gratitude for you guys to join this. And also, of course, this one is still ongoing project, I think. I mean, it's not the finished project that already formed in a paper, something like that, but still ongoing. So maybe you can, try to pay attention to not only from the background of the studies or even methodological, but also the finding. I mean, your research must be a novel research. What I meant by a novel research is that your finding hasn't been discussed before. That's what I meant. So please make sure that you have really something fresh that you want to serve in a research paper back then. Thank you.
You're welcome, Miss Hanum. I will ask once more if the participants here wants to ask any question or to respond to any papers, please do before we close this session, please. Okay, thank you so much. I think all of the presentation are going well, Alhamdulillah. After this, we will have lunch break and preparation for the second session. For the second session presentator, please do mind your laptop, your connection, and your material, because after seeing the first session, you can have an evaluation about the time, about the internet connection, and all of things regarding to your presentation. Thank you so much. I will close this session. Please, at 11:50, please rejoin the room. You can join to the break room or just stay in this room. Thank you very much.
12:50, Mas Pandu. 12 or 11?
I'm sorry. 12:50, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I, as the moderator, want to say a lot of thanks to the presenter and the facilitator and Pak Widi especially. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Widi, Bu Hanum, Mas Pandu, and thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you, Bu Kris, Mas Pandu, and all participants.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are still excited in this second session. Thank you so much for the presenters and participants who are still joining the session. Okay, in the second parallel session, there will be 7 presenters in this parallel. For every presenter is given 10 minutes for the presentation. Please recheck your device connection to avoid any technical problem. And the question and answer session will be at the end of the session, like the last session. Please note your question and to whom the question will be asked. Let me call the first presenter, Miss Nanda Putri Ayunati. Miss Nanda, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Miss Nanda will present a paper entitled Morality versus Obligation in Antigone. Ms. Nanda, you can prepare your PowerPoint and I will count 10 minutes from the start when you start speaking. Ms. Nanda.
I cannot sharing my PPT.
Wait a minute. Please wait for a moment.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, for Mbak Nanda Putri, can you share your PowerPoint?
I'll need Jody Setiawan to help me present my PPT.
Okay. Can you please share your PowerPoint so our moderator can help you?
I'm sorry, Miss. The host disabled my share screen, so I cannot share the screen.
Okay. If then, please share your PowerPoint to one of us, the committee, so we can help you to share the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chris, for the help. Maybe the participant, would you still trying to, in case you are, I can share the screen. Ms. Nanda, would you please try once again?
Wait.
Or other participant and presenters?
Anyway, Mas Pandu, could you have the presenters to present their PowerPoint, or for on the presenter? Can you please send your PowerPoint to Mas Pandu? Thank you.
Yes, I have shared the PPT, Nanda's PPT to Mas Pandu. Maybe Mas Pandu can help Nanda to presenting.
Thank you so much, Mas Jody. I'm opening the document.
Maybe for the next presenters from Mbak Retno, Mas Yuda, up to Mas Yudi, you can share also your PowerPoint to Mas Pandu. Thank you.
Yes, Miss.
Okay. Let me re-announce the time. Every presenter will be given 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, including the closing statement. So please arrange your time so there will be no overtime. Thank you very much. Miss Nanda, I already...
Yes.
Okay, you may start the presentation now. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, ladies and gentlemen.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Before I begin my presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Nanda Putri Ayunati from English Literature, Semarang State University. Here I will present my abstract entitled Morality versus Obligation in Antigone. Next. Here there will be 4 main topics. They are introduction, objectivity, methodology, and finding and result. Next, please. The work I will use here is Antigone. Antigone is classical Greek tragedy written by Sophocles between 419 until 406 before century. This work tells the story of the main characters named Antigone, who felt that the new law made by the king Creon is unjust and inhuman. The new law from Creon said that, next please, Eteocles will be buried with an honorable burial, while Polynices is declared dead as traitor and forbid everyone to touching his body. His body cannot be buried. So, this story focuses on Antigone's action in establishing justice for the corpses of his brothers. Next, please. Yeah, as the social being, humans live in group with one person as the leaders. The leader serves as a person who regulates the way of socialization in the group so that it runs peacefully. In achieving this goal, regulations are made. Rules were created to be obeyed and as well as to maintain order and harmony in society. Humans need to pay attention to social values and also obey the rules that exist in their environment so that the initial goals of these rules are met. And this is called obligation. And apart from this obligation, humans also have a public judgment called morality. Morality is the differentiation of intention, decision, and action between those that are distinguished as proper and those that are improper. So, morality has an important role in social life to show the integrity of society and assess the extent of one's personality. The human conscience is used to be both one's morality. When faced with a problem, the conscience can judge whether it is good or bad, so people who act based on ethical things are said to be moral or vice versa. Next, please. But the problem is, how if obligation and moral have an adverse conflict? On the one hand, we must obey our obligation, But on the other hand, our conscience opposes the obligation and choose to obey our morality. Then, which one we have to choose? So from here, it is clear that the objective of this study is to find out which one is superior to morality and obligation in drama Antigone. Next, please. To collect data, I will use the new criticism approach and use several methods such as close reading and taking important notes. The theorem that I will use here is a comparison of action between those who are morality and those who could choose to comply with the obligation based on the text. Next, please. Here, the point used for our comparison. First is about humans' law versus God's law, and the second is humanity, and the next one is public's view of Antigone's action, and the last one is moral value from the story. Next, please. Here we are come to finding and result. The first one is humans' law versus God's law. The first subject is about humans' love and God's love. In Antigone, there is a clear dividing line between the two laws, and the degree issued by King Creon is the laws of man. This can be proven from this part. Antigone says, Ismene, I'm going to bury him. Will you come? And Ismene says, bury him. You have to say that the new law forbids it. From here, it's clear that what the king says is a new law for human. Then the dividing line between humans' law and God's law can be seen from the following dialogue. Antigone says, you may do as you like, since apparently the law for the good mean nothing to you. And Ismene says, they mean a great deal to me, but I have no strength to break laws that were made for the public's good. From this point, Antigone prefers to follow God's law, while Ismene prefers to follow human's law. Antigone views shows that God's law is more immortal than human laws, but most of the people in this drama also prefer human's law because they are afraid of the punishment that is clearly displayed in front of their eyes. They fear Creon and they fear the punishment they will get. And from this, it can be seen that both topics are balanced. Next, please. Next, we are going to move at the second topic. It is about humanity. Human values involve a variety of things, including how we treat corpses and how we treat people. Even though the corpse is no longer a living being, it used to be a human. A proper burial is something that needs to be done to treat a corpse properly. But with the new policy, Antigone is forced to leave the sense of humanity for her brother's corpse. This is where a clash occurs between following his morality or remaining obeying her obligation. Antigone's final decision can be seen from this following part. Antigone says, Ismene, I am going to bury him. From the dialogue, it is clear that Antigone prefers to follow his morality and her decision is unanimous. Then besides humanity regarding the treat corpses, there is a humanity about how we treat people. As discussed earlier, we know that Antigone loved her brother Polynices so much that she was willing to die just to bury her brother's body. Apart from Polynices, Antigone also tried to protect her younger sister Ismene from the punishment and suffering. We can see it from dialogue above. From this part, it can seem that Antigone is no longer thinks about what punishment she will get, but she's more worried about her sister safely if Ismene kept her action a secret. From this comparison, morality is superior to obligation, where from Antigone's action, Seymour following this conscience and is not afraid of the law. Next, please. The next topic is about the public's view of Antigone's action. From this section, show the society also actually support Antigone's action. They believe that Antigone should be given honor rather than punishment just for purging her brother. No one dared to oppose the king's law, but Antigone bravely and courageously believing in her morality. And next, please. And the last point is about moral value. And there is moral value talk in this drama that we must be able to accept input from others. We may struggle to enforce that we want, but don't be stubborn. From that granted, we know that he has a stubborn nature, as Hyman said. And then the next is because
1 more
Freya
minute.
does not. Yes. Next, please. This is the table we can see in conclusion of this analysis. Next, please. Now we are going to conclusion. Based on the explanation from the discussion above, it can be concluded that morality has a higher position than obligation. Rules are important to be obeyed, but there are times when we have to be critical in facing the rule issued. When we feel something is wrong with the rules or feel the rules are unfair, we don't hesitate to defend the right way. The only superiority of human over other creatures is that humans have the heart to judge the merits of something. So don't hesitate to stand up for what is right. Okay, next. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nanda Putri Ayunati.
Yes.
We know the comparison between morality and obligation in Antigone. Thank you so much. I will call the next presenter, Ms. Retno Ida Purwaningsih, with the title of A Semiotics Analysis in the Scarlet Letter, novel by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Ms. Retno, are you here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I will prepare your PowerPoint. Okay. I hope you can see it now. Ms. Retno, you can start presenting, starting from now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Retno Ida Purwaningsih. In this occasion, I would like to present about the analysis of sign and symbol in Scarlet Letter novel. Next slide, please. So there are 5 contents included. The first, introduction. The second, methodology. The third is theoretical foundation. The fourth is finding and discussion. And the last, conclusion. Next.
Ms. Retno.
So, The Scarlet Letter is a novel by American author Nathaniel Hawthorne. It was published in 1850 and is set in Puritan Massachusetts by colony during the years 1642 to 1649. The novel tells the story of Hester Prynne, who conceived a daughter through an affair with minister of a church. Arthur Dimmesdale, her daughter Pearl was born more than 9 months after Hester left her husband in England to come to America. Because of that, she was forced to wear the scarlet A for adulterer. She then struggles to create a new life of repentance and dignity. This study showed that in United States, novel like The Scarlet Letter is remarkably complete embodiment of the symbolic form, written as they were at the time of flourishing American optimism, materialistic expansion, and sentimentalism in fiction. This is my reason of conducted this study. This is my reason of conducted. This study, because the skeleton is directed towards an attempt at inquiring the tragic phase of human conjecture, involving, of course, the skillful portrayal and interaction of characters, and done through the inner organism of symbols. The next slide, please. So my objective of the study is to find out kinds of signs and symbols that are expressed in the novel and to analyze the interpretation of signifier and signified in the novel. Next slide, please. So this study belongs to qualitative method, then reading, finding, and analyzing the data by structural aspect, interpretation with semiotic theory by Ferdinand de Saussure. Next slide, please. So the next point about the theoretical foundation, structuralism started as a result of the work of Ferdinand de Saussure. Semantic theory is a theory which is known as sign, signifier, and signified, which theorizes the structure of two languages that create a meaning. In his book, In General in Linguistics, Saussure stated that linguistics is only part of the general science of semiology. Language is a system of signs that express ideas and is therefore comparable to a system of writing, the alphabet of chief moods, symbolic rites, politic formula, military signal, and etc. However, it is the most important of all these systems. The next slide, please. So in this slide, I will explain the findings of my research. According to the social theory of semantic about sign, the expression which are shown by the character in the novel can be the symbol which has the meaning. The first sign I meet in the part of the novel is the custom house. As a signifier, it denotes power, protection, and then peace. And the second finding is the I letters is meaning to adulteress. It is written in scarlet color and placed around the neck of Hester becomes a symbol of sin, especially adultery. However, it is fascinating to note that the same letter becomes a symbol of innocence, penance, and angelic character of Hester by the end of the story. Next slide, please. The third sign is a letter, also signifies alienation, which is the dominant sense throughout the action of the novel to the end. From the beginning, Hester is portrayed as an alien, a woman who faces the whole society alone. The fourth sign is a letter may also signify art. The Puritans believed that the Bible, referred to the beliefs of men. They hated and rejected the physical indulgence of any kind, such as music, paintings, and theater. They didn't care decoration of clothes and buildings, but with Hester's skill as a needlewoman and her taste, but put her beyond the acceptable criteria of Boston moral law. The scene A is produced to be a symbol that represents art through Hester, since they are related together. It is the sign of fire and the sign of fight, Hester and art. The five symbol of the scarlet letter is the cemetery and the prison. They are not literally refers to places to former consist of a group of tombs, and the letter is a place for criminals and sinners. These two scenes refer to fallen state of man. The fallen man is and his journey either in the tomb or in a prison, and both of them refer to an action of imprisonment. The next slide, please. The last findings of my research is the test scholars use as codes to identify signs that present the rigid and inflexible system in Puritanism. The Puritan dress code and the oak and iron of the prison door generate scenes associated with the gloomy life of Boston at the time. They reflect the inflexible religious belief and firmness of faith. The Hester suggests the holy smell Puritan male society of Boston, and the oak and iron indicates the Puritan to life. The next slide, please. So to conclude my research, we can see that Nathaniel Hawthorne tried to emphasize certain aspects in a reality through a pattern of symbols and signs. He tried to show us that we don't always see what we think we see. It is true that Scarlet Letter is a novel of much complex symbol and sign. By using the theory of Saussure, all of the hidden meaning about the 17th century life will be revealed. Thus, it is important to know the meaning of all the scenes in order to know how Hawthorne used the object of Boston society to draw a specific sign connecting into the theme of the novel. Next slide, please. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for your great attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Retno. If there is anyone who wants to ask any question to Mr. Retno, please write that now, because the question and answer session will be in the end of this session. Thank you so much. I will call Mr. Yuda Hari Prasetyo will present reader response in The Woman in the Window, novel by A.J. Finn. Mr. Yuda, are you here? If there is not a problem for you to turn on your camera, please do.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Yuda Hari Prasetyo. Today, I will deliver my presentation about the application of reader response to describe the characteristic in The Woman in the Window, novel by A.J. Finn. Next, please. I will divide it into four, actually. The first is introduction. The second is objective of the research and methodology. The third is finding and discussion. And the fourth is conclusion. Next. Okay, introduction. The Woman in the Window is A.J. Finn's first debut novel after 10 years work in the publishing job. The book itself was on the New York Times bestseller list in the very first week upon its release. The novel is a psychological thriller with an unreliable woman narrator. It is actually written by Dan Mallory, an executive editor, and William Morrow, under the pseudonym name of A.J. Finn, to withhold his identity and gender, and possibly avoid the reader's judgment. Next. The story revolves around the protagonist, Dr. Anna Fox, who is a child psychologist by profession. But after a traumatic experience in her past, Anna has become severely agoraphobic, due to which she is terrified to step outdoors. She lives alone in New York City and spends her days watching suspense movies, playing chess online, self-medicating, and drinking wine excessively, spying on her neighbors through her camera, and occasionally talking to her estranged husband and daughter on the telephone. Anna is quite intrigued by her neighbor, the Russells. On a seemingly normal day, when Anna was extremely drunk, she believes that she witnessed a murder in the neighboring family, but she isn't sure of her recollections, and the police also don't believe her. Confused, disoriented, and frightened, Anna wonders if she really saw a murder take place, or was it all just a figment of her imagination? Next. Okay, what is reader response criticism? Reader response criticism is a literary theory that focuses on the reader and their experience of a literary work. Reader response theory recognizes the reader as an active agent who imparts the real existence to the work and its interpretation. The purpose itself is examining, explaining, and defending personal reaction to a certain text. Next. Objective of the research. It aims to focus on analyzing how character and characterization on Dr. Anna Fox in The Woman in the Window novel be interpreted by using reader response theory criticism. Next. Methodology. The research data is taken from The Women in the Window novel by A.J. Finn. The theory that I'm going to use is character and characterization theory to support this research, and also using analyzing descriptive analysis method, which the data comes from the novel. The data collection used in this study is a close reading technique. Next. Findings. Okay, there are several findings that I find in the novel. The character that I want to discuss more from this novel is Dr. Anna Fox, the main character with a psychological problem. She was once a prominent child psychologist, but now she's just an agoraphobic, alcoholic recluse holed up in her handsome house in a nice Harlem neighborhood with a small park. She is alone with a cat and a hunky tenant in the basement apartment. But Anna knows all her neighbors, not that she visits or even calls them, but she also intimately viewing them with her zoom lens. In the novel, Dr. Anna seems a little bit stressed by spending her times inside the house and never going outside. But how exactly did she end up having agoraphobia? Anna Fox is agoraphobic, meaning that she gets severe anxiety if she leaves the house. She is also depressed and has a lot of drinking problem and stopped working 10 months ago when it first happened. The cause of this depression is because she was felt guilty about the past and how she couldn't move on about what is going on because she barely can't remember about it. Also, the fact that she is all alone in her big house, making me curious about what is the reason and that she is being separated from her husband and daughter. In the beginning of the chapter, it is being told that her separation is only because she is on medication help about her issue, while her husband and her daughter all together spending time in some other places to make her feel a bit spacey. But the truth is darker than it's been expected because both beloved family are dead in the exact day when she was getting the depression. But because she couldn't face the reality, instead of making new excuse to make her doing such a payback for what happened, even if it is not her fault entirely. Next. Dr. Anna also seems addicted to alcohol, but when it comes to important things, she ended up drunk and seeing a horrible thing that through her window, a murder. But when she called the police, they don't believe her due to her incapability and also her special condition and the fact that she was drunk. But what makes her really wanted to solve the case and break the barrier that all this time she struggled with. It is like the revelation and how she wanted to get proof that she told them the truth. Also, the fact that the woman that has been killed was someone that came into her house and making her feel alive again by talking to another people. She just wanted to get justice of what is actually happened. In the end, we know exactly what makes her become who she is. Is she forgiven and forget the past? Yes, she is, but she is still struggling with the loss of both people because she just couldn't face the reality. Next. Okay, there is some phrase that I take from the novel. The first is, and I'm groaning, sliding, avalanching, one pen scrapped along the brick, the other longing in space, eyes reel and roll, the lurid red of leaves, the darkness, lights out the women in black, vision and balancing, bleaching, until molten white swarms my eyes and pulls there. Thick and deep, I try to cry out of my lips, brass, grit, I taste concrete, I taste blood, I feel my limbs pinwheeled on the ground ripples against my body ripples against the air. And then I tell the doctor, tell all of them about my agoraphobia, my depression, and yes, my panic disorder. I tell them about my drug regimen, about my 10 months indoors, about Dr. Fielding and his aversion therapy. It takes a while with my voice still swathed in wool. Every minute I tip more water down my throat, tickling past my words as they bubble up from within, spill over my lips. Next. Okay, discussion. This paper found that the character and characterization of Dr. Anna Fox is being told through the novel because she is also the main character that also has a major conflict of the novel. I am also trying to figure out how her life has turned into suspense because of her unexpected sin that she must face. But due to her drinking problem, it is getting heavier to conclude what is really happening. But by understanding what actually happened with her in the past, make it more easier to make a judgment without leaving any doubts and being sure of her actions. Next. Conclusion. In conclusion, The Woman in the Window novel is such a good novel with a variety of plot twisting, and especially in the character and characterization of Dr. Anna Fox, who is going through such a horrible incident in the past until she cannot forgive herself of what happened. But in the end, she embraces the past and trying to move on to get a better life. Next. Okay, thank you. That is all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
You're welcome. What a great presentation, Mr. Yuda Hariprasetyo. Okay. For the next presenter, let me call Serlin Lufitasari. Miss Serlin Lufitasari, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please turn on your camera. Oh, thank you so much. I will open your file. Before we start, maybe I want Miss Serlin to try yourself to try to share screen once more, in case that it's already fixed. Miss
I'm
Serlin.
sorry, sir, but I can presenting.
Okay.
So before I asking help to my friends.
Pardon? I'm sorry.
I asking for help to my friends to share my PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay then. Okay. Maybe a brief introduction. After that, you may start the presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Serlin Lufitasari, and I will deliver my presentation with the analysis, the personality analysis, Young Richard in the novel Black Boy by Richard Wright, psychoanalytic criticism. Next slide, please. Okay, my presentation contains three contents. The first is about introduction, and then methodology, and finding and discussion. Next slide. For the first, Black Boy is a book, is a novel that written by Richard Wright and published in 1945, but it written since 1943. This is a classic example of American autobiography, which tells about Richard's life's journey, deal with various suffering and discrimination since childhood. For the methodology, this analysis uses psychological analytics that will be focused on young Richard as the main character, because this is an autobiography, and the author and the character is the same person, is the same people. So this is so I will focus on young Richard as the main character that was analyzed using Sigmund Freud's theory of psychoanalytic. This study purpose to describe psychological aspect young Richard and factors that influence his deviant behavior. This method used in this study is descriptive analytical method that describes young Richard's personality in the novel Black Boy. For the Sigmund Freud theory, I focus on the ID, ego, and superego. Next slide, please. Then finding and discussion. After I read the book, so I find some fact about Richard Wright. The first, Richard Wright raised by a strict mother and the irresponsible father. Richard Wright is Richard Wright was born in a little family. His family don't give him some of love. Began from
He was left by his father and his mother, who always scolding him every day when young Richard is little. So it can be affect to his psychology. And then Richard Wright has moved frequently, so it can be called that Richard Wright is nomaden when it so he moved on the different area to found some better life. But when I read the books, I found that he always found the same suffering. Richard Wright lived in poverty and hunger. So when teenager, Richard Wright worked in a home that he should serve the food for the white people. So he just waiting for the white people give him food to eat. If they don't give Richard some food, so he will on hunger. And then Richard Wright was discrimination. So Richard was born as a black boy. So he is an American African boy and have discrimination from other people, from his family and others. Next slide, please. Conclusion. So Richard Wright do so many deviant behavior, but it because he always gives something that he don't get some bad treatment for other people. So based on the analysis, can conclude that Richard's ego was able to feel his ID, but he was not yet able to control his superego. So he did deviant behavior. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Miss Sherlyn Lufitasari. Thank you so much. Okay, without further ado, I will call Miss Nur Rois Safitri.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will prepare your PowerPoint file. Please wait a minute. Okay, I hope you can see it now. Please introduce yourself briefly and then you may start the presentation.
Okay, thank you for the help and thank you for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Nur Rois Safitri. I'm from Universitas Negeri Semarang. In this moment, I would like to present my paper entitled Gender and Power as Described in Alderman's The Power. Next, please. Next. So the part one is introduction. And in this paper, we will choose a novel by Naomi Alderman entitled The Power. And the main premise is how if women rule the world. This is a dystopian novel which portrays a chaos world because women have electrical power from their body. And the supermodernity aspect in this novel is the electrical power that comes from biological aspect and the technology. And we could see in this novel that who want to rule the world always want to take control of supermodernity and be the powerful. Next, please. In this paper, we will choose descriptive qualitative for the research methodology. And the approach, we will use feminist approach supported by radical feminist theory by Marilyn Fayer. And the book is The Politics of Reality, Essay in Feminist Theory by Marilyn Fayer. Next, please. So the objectives of this study is to figure out how gender and power depicted in the power and to understand the impact of gender and power relation in society in the power.
Okay.
Next, please.
Jangan lupa share presensi partisipan ya nanti kita dulu.
2 is the result. After we conduct research and comparing and reporting, we will see the result. Next, please. The result will be divided into two, that is to objective 1 and objective 2. In this moment, we will talk about objective 1, the gender and power as depicted in Alderman's The Power. There are two phases of power formulated by Fire, namely access and definition. This theory will be used to understand gender and power division in the power and to answer the objective 1. Next, please. So the first one is gendered asymmetrical access. We could see in the novel that women have natural access that comes from biologically. As having access of a superpower, women could do whatever they want using their power. They could lift figures with a crackle for their fingertips, take down the electricity of island of Manhattan, or even taking whole city. Whether men have humanly arranged access, that is money and technology, and by this access, men could even take women's electrical organ called skein with certain technology. It has been done by Tyrell, Roxy's father. The skein collarbone. The skein is obedient now, laid out along Darrow's collarbone as it had once been in Roxy's. So we could see that men also could take the electrical power from women. Next, please. And the second is the powerful defined definition. The powerful one in this novel is woman. So women could define the definition of men. They define that men are the inferior and the second. They said that men are weak and women are strong. You are the gift and we are the owners. You are the victim and we are the victors. You are the slave and we are the masters. You are the sacrifice and we are the recipient. You are the son and we are the mother. It shows that women are more powerful than men and they are more superior than men. Next, please. To answer the objective 2, gender and power relation impact in society, I found 4 results. That is male separatism, men are oppressed, women are oppressed, but they fight back, and women fight in double bind situation. Next, please. So the first one is male separatism. Women feel like it will more place for them to live together, to help one another and to give comfort one to another without men. And they also believe that one day there will be a place for the woman to live freely. In male separatism, the woman will exclude men from the society and they will rule the world without men. Next, please. In the sub-result, men are oppressed, that just like women are oppressed, men also oppressed by restricted them to do certain things, like they restricted to drive cars, to have possessions, to own business, to gather together, to vote, and they should be disciplined if they against the rules. Next, please. The next is women are oppressed and they fight back. We could see in the novel that women also oppressed before they have power, like we could see in Moldova. Moldova is the capital of human sex trafficking that consists of women, men, and children. At first, they thought that they will be a secretary in Berlin before thrown down in the filthy place. And after that, women cruise there until they got their electrical power and they fight back. They kill every man in the house, but they feel unsatisfied because they have lived in the bad place for a long time. In the power, we could find that at first women are oppressed by men because men think that they are more powerful than women. But after they have electrical power, women fight back and kill all men that have been oppressed them. Next, please. The last one is that women thrive in double bind situation. Double bind situation is the situation in which options are reduced and all of the options exposed to one penalty. In short, it means that women are always wrong of whatever they do. Before having electrical power, women are weak and assaulted. But after having electrical power, they have to be ashamed of it and called as a witch. So it means that whatever women do, they are always wrong and always been bad in society. Next, please. Conclusion. The last is conclusion. Next. So the conclusion is the powerful is the oppressor. We could see that men and women both have power in their own way, and they are oppressed one another. There's no the better gender and nothing that women are bad and men are good, or except or men are good and women are bad. There's no that kind of thing in the power. They all are oppressors. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes. Thank you very much for your attention and for your help.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Nur Rois Safitri. Okay. I will remind you again, if you have any question, please write that down for now. Then we will discuss the question and answer in the last of session 2. Okay. The next presenter will be Miss Aflah Alfia Hairunisa, with the title of the relationship between intrinsic elements in the Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone film. Miss Aflah, are you here?
Yes.
If turning on your video is not a problem, please turn on your video.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aflah Alfia. Here I will present about the relationship between the intrinsic elements in the Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone film. My presentation divided into 4 parts. There are introduction, methodology, finding and discussions, and the conclusion. And now we go to introduction. Next, please. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone is a film adapted from the novel of the same name. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone is a novel by J.K. Rowling, which was published in 1997, while the film was released in 2001. This fantasy genre film has a magical world background and tells the story of a boy named Harry Potter, who is said to be a living child because he survives Voldemort's cursed spell. Even so, Voldemort still targets him and wants to kill him. He attended Hogwarts School and has several friends such as Ron and Hermione. Next, please. And the methodology. Structuralism is an approach that connects elements that exist in a real literary work, and one of them is the intrinsic element. The intrinsic element consists of theme, character, characterization, setting, plot, and point of view. In this analysis, I analyzed the intrinsic elements in the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone film. The intrinsic elements that I discuss are characters, characterizations, plot, and setting. It analyzes how character, characterization, plot, and setting relate to another, all of which are related, and builds a plot that will lead to unexpected goals through a structuralism approach that focuses on the intrinsic elements of the film. The purpose of this analysis is to connect the intrinsic elements in the Harry Potter is one unit that makes the plot of this story form. Now we go to findings and discussions. Next, please. The first is Harry Potter survived the curse of Voldemort because of his mother's love protected him. In the film,
Harry's parents are forced to become Voldemort's followers, but they refuse them. Because of it, Voldemort gave a cursed spell to them. But when he wanted to kill Harry, his mother protected him. Harry is the only person who is still alive despite the curse. This is presumably because of his mother's immense love to protect Harry Potter from the curse. This is what builds the plot in the story, where Voldemort continues to target and wants to kill Harry Potter. And the second is because of curse. He is connected to Voldemort and has the same potential as him. When entering the Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat is confused about Harry's choice of the boarding house. The Sorting Hat had offered Harry into the Slytherin dormitory because he had great potential and could gain fame if he walked into the dorms, but Harry didn't want to enter the dorms. I assume that Harry has great traits and potential and is almost the same as Voldemort. That's because when he was at Hogwarts, Voldemort was a student of Slytherin, Hogwarts, and the item called the Sorting Hat are examples of Harry Potter and Voldemort having some things in common, such as their characters who have great potential. And at the end of the film, it is known that one of the teachers of Hogwarts, namely Prof. Quirrell, is one of Voldemort's followers. He was always with Voldemort because Voldemort reached a height in his head. I think this is what made Harry, when he first saw Professor Quirrell, he felt the pain in his wound. It's because the wound that Harry was able to connect with Voldemort, that one who gave him the wound. Why was Harry connected to Voldemort? This can be answered by how Harry could be in the same room as his mother when Voldemort tried to curse his mother. Harry's mother protected him, and the curse was reflected on the loyal creatures in the room, and only Harry survived. That was why he had almost as much potential as Voldemort. And the last thing is Voldemort is still eyeing and wants to kill Harry Potter because he is the only child who is still alive after he casts curse spells on people. From the statement that Voldemort is hiding on Professor Quirrell can also prove that Voldemort was still alive. He was just too weak to fight back. He didn't even have a body, so he had to hide in someone else's body. But when he wanted to kill Harry, he failed again because his mother love still protected Harry. Now we go to the last content is conclusion. From the findings that have been discussed, Harry and Voldemort's character are connected to each other. They were connected through Voldemort's accidents, and that's what made him want to kill Harry Potter. What makes Harry and Voldemort connected is also thought to have the same potential, same character, although not entirely the same. Because of this, it can be concluded that this analysis can be based on what has been presented in the film, and it is these elements that lead to an unexpected ending, namely the existence of Voldemort, who is still there but still not strong against Harry, who is still protected by his mother's love. Next, please. And that's my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
You're welcome. Thank you, Miss Afla. Thank you, Miss Afla. I will call the last presenter in this session, Mr. Jody Setiawan. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Jody, I'm opening your PowerPoint. You can prepare yourself. Okay, Mr. Jody will present about the personality development analysis of Mike O'Donnell as the main character in the film 17 again. Okay, Mr. Jody, you may start the presentation.
Yes, thank you for the time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jody Setiawan. Today, I would like to present my study, my research, the personality development analysis of Mike O'Donnell as the main character in the film 17 Again. Next. Okay, my presentation divide into six sections. The first is introduction, the second objective, the third review of literary, and then methodology, finding and result, and conclusion. The first is introduction. Okay, 17 Again is a 2009 comedy film from New Line Cinema directed by Burt Steers. This film tells the story of a 37-year-old man named Mike, who played by Matthew Perry, who turns into a 17-year-old high school student, who played by Zac Efron. Mike O'Donnell was a high school basketball star with a bright future, but he threw it all away to marry his girlfriend and raise their child. Almost 20 years later, Mike's marriage has failed. His kids think he is a loser and his job is going nowhere. He gets a chance to correct the mistake of his past and change his life when he is miraculously transformed into a teenager. This film was released in the United States on April 17, 2009. Next, please. The next section is objective. The object of my research is how the personality development of Mike O'Donnell as the main character is in the film 17 Again. This study aims to analyze personality development of the main character seen by Sigmund Freud theory, id, ego, superego in the film 17 Again. And then review of literary. In my analysis, I use psychoanalytic approach. So psychoanalytic literary criticism is a literary theory which in method, concept, or form is influenced by the tradition of psychoanalysis begun by Sigmund Freud. Psychoanalytic criticism can be useful, close to be baffling symbol, action, and setting in a literary work. However, like all forms of literary criticism, it has its limit. For one thing, some critics rely on psychocriticism as a one-size-fits-all approach, when other literary scholars argue that no one approach can adequately illuminate or interpret a complex work of art. And then the methodology. For the methodology, I use Sigmund Freud theory. Sigmund Freud emphasized the importance of the unconscious mind, and a primary assumption of Freudian theory is that the unconscious mind governs behavior to a greater degree than people suspect. According to Sigmund Freud, a person has a psychological structure consisting of three elements, namely id, ego, and superego. These three things are separated but still interact with each other. The irrational, instinctual, and unconscious was part of the soul that Freud called the id. And the rational, logical part with awareness is called the ego. And the part, the superego, acts like an internal censorship, causing us to make moral judgment in the light of social pressure. The study aims to analyze personality development of the main character seen by Sigmund Freud in the film 17 Again. The research data is taken from the story of the film 17 Again, and the research data collection technique using listening technique. Next slide, please. And then the finding and result. the first finding is Ide made Mike O'Donnell is loving person. So in the scene when the game was about to start, he saw his girlfriend Scarlett in the stand. He approached her, then hugged and kissed her. Mike's action in this scene in approaching Scarlett and kiss her is a form of Ide in Mike. The kiss signals the desire to be made to fulfill pressure in Mike. Next slide. And then the second is superego made Mike O'Donnell become a responsible person. So in the scene when the match will start, Mike saw his girlfriend Scarlett in the stand. Mike approached then hugged and kissed her. He returned to the file to prepare to compete, but Mike approached Scarlett again because he looked really troubled. At the time, Scarlett told him that he was pregnant. The game begins, but he can't think of anything but Scarlett. And when he sees her leave, he throws the ball and walks away from the game and scholarship to marry her. So, previously, I made Mike a very loving person. From there, Mike's character began to develop into Mike who was responsible as a result of superego representation. In the scene, it is shown that Mike wants to play in the match and take scholarship, but saying Scarlett, who is pregnant his child, he leaves the match and takes responsibility by marrying her. Sorry. He did it all because the superego was in Mike. Mike wanted to be a basketball athlete, but he was unable to do so because of the responsibilities of his wife and his children. Next. And the last result is ego made Mike O'Donnell become a person with loving, assertive, and wise. So in the scene when Mike has returned to being Mike who is 17 years old, Mike started living his life as Mike 70 years old. But as time went on, Mike realized that the real reason he was giving another chance at life was to help his children and try to win back Scarlett's love. Mike begins to befriend Alex and discover that his son has a real talent for basketball. He started helping Alex to hone his talents so that he can get a place on the school basketball team and date the girl of his dream. Mike also firmly convinced Maggie, her daughter, that her boyfriend Stan is a bad guy who only wants sex from her. Mike also gets in the way whenever Maggie and Stan want to have sex. Until Stan dumped Maggie, Mike consoles her by telling her that one day she will find a man who appreciates her in the way she deserves. And at the end of the story, Mike realized that his family is the only thing that matters to him, and he asks for another chance to treat his family well. Next, please. So, Mike's action revealed his inner ego as a description of the original character in 17 again. When I make Mike a loving person, then superego made Mike have a responsibility personality as a representation of superego, and its development. Ego made Mike a loving, wise, and assertive person. At the time, Mike realized that he was allowed to be Mike at the of 70 years old to help his children and save his marriage. Mike began to act wisely about it. This action is the goal of the ego in Mike. The next is conclusion. Based on this analysis, it can be concluded that Mike as the main character experienced character development when viewed from id, ego, and superego. I might make a loving person. From a loving character, it developed into a character who is responsible for representing the superego. And from there, the main character of Mike can be described as a loving, wise, and assertive person as from or result of ego. Thank you. That's all my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for Miss Nanda, Mr. Retno, Mr. Yuda, Miss Erlin, Miss Nurro Isafitri, Miss Aflah, and Mr. Jody Setiawan. After this, we will have question and answer session. For anyone who have question, please, you can write it down in the chat box starting from now. While waiting for the question, I would like to invite Miss Karina, Ma'am Karina, and Ma'am Christy. You are very welcome to greet the presenter and the participants.
Yes, thank you, Pandus. For this session, I'm in charge to give the comment, and Ibu Grace will give a comment in the next session. That's our deal. And I have comment for everyone from this, so please get ready. So the first one is from for Nanda Putri A, talking about morality and obligation. Nanda, you declared that anti-connexuality tends to morality than obligation. Could you please explain why? I mean, why morality won over obligation?
Miss Nanda, you may answer the question. Miss Nanda Putri.
Nanda, are you with us?
I think she is away from keyboard, ma'am. Maybe you can next.
Okay, so next, Ratno Ida. For Ratno Ida, are you with me right now?
Ratno Ida.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Ratno, you told us that you're employing a semiotics analysis from Saussure. So as we know that semiotic analysis, there are plenty of it from Saussure and also from Roland Barthes or even Rivater. So I want to confirm, do you use dyadic relations or what?
Pardon me, can you?
In your research, do you use dyadic relation?
Dyadic relation.
I'm asking, like, do you use dyadic relation or any other relation here? So only if you still have no idea what dyadic relation, it is actually a relation from which is just based on two elements. Just for example, A and B. And then A is the signifier, so B is the signified. That's it. So there is no any other relations from this. So it is not really complicated. Is that the semiotics system that you are using?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, so maybe I think I already understand that this one is actually a project. I mean, like for a proposal final project. So maybe you need to what do you call it? Like strengthen more where you need to use dyadic relations. So you employ Saussurian thinking, not any other thinkers like maybe Levi Strauss or any other thinkers, because you need to really understand why it is best described or best analyzed with dialectics. That's it. That's my comment for you. And then for Yudhari, Yudhari, are you with me?
Mr. Yuda. Okay, he's here, ma'am.
Okay, you're there with me, right? So my question is simple. Which theory that you are using in reader response analysis here?
Yes.
Which theory?
I kind of forget. It's in the book named Richard Beach. Richard, yes.
Also, you are
Richard
using
Beach.
Richard Beach. Okay.
Reader response theory.
Okay, so you need to really make sure about the reader response theory, especially from the theories that you're using, because reader response is actually really wide. I mean, we have from Jausch, Isser, and then Page, and then any others, and you need to really understand the differences between those theory, and do not mix and match between one theory to another theory. For example, you are using the power of DH from Jausch, for example, and then you are also using the concept from Isser. I think it's not really effective in the end of the research. So please make sure you use one theory and then employ from this concept. Thank you.
Yes, thank
And
you.
Charlene Lufita, are you with me?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, Charlene, so you are talking about Freud in literature, right?
Yes, Miss.
I want to ask you, what's the difference, or maybe you can tell me more, the difference between id, ego, and superego.
It is some
No, I mean, what is it, and then the example. What is ego, and then the example, and what is superego, and then the example. That's what I mean.
idea is apa ya? Miss boleh pakai bahasa Indonesia, Miss?
Okay, you can try with your English first, but then you can enlighten me more in Indonesia, or you can mix it up.
So the idea is something want a desire for the human is something like the example of idea is like eating, sleeping, and others. And ego is the reality to realize the idea, and the super ego is about it related with the social with norm and moral, social and moral.
Okay, so since you are using Freud in it, you need to really comprehend. So it's not just knowing or understanding, but more comprehend the ontology of it, ego, and superego, and also the relation between that. I mean, like for example, the it is like this, and then the superego is like that. Then how it relates to each other's, especially superego, because superego is more like a control for ourselves in doing what we desire. So that's what like my comment for you. But maybe for Charlene and also Judy, you are using Freud in literature. If Judy, maybe it is more movie, something like that. But if in literature, okay, like to be honest, I am the one who think that Freud cannot be used to analyze or doing research in literary works. For me personally, I would rather use Lacan, Jacques Lacan, than Freud. So Lacan is actually the student of Freud. The concept is almost the same, but the difference between two is that Lacan employs the existence of language So Freud is actually a psychoanalysis to what is analyze people in person. Sometimes when the people didn't speak up about the trauma or about the memory that cannot be shared, using Freud, we can analyze it. But Lacan, he employs the existence of language, and us as a literary studies program, we need this language itself. So it's up to you. But if me, I would rather use Lacan's theory than Freudian theory if we talk about literature or literary work. That is okay. Thank you. And then we move on to Nurois Safitri.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Nurois, you are talking about feminism, and you already understand the difference between equity, equality, and also you understand that it doesn't mean that if we are a feminist, it means that we have to be what is like more powerful over men, but just equal. So I really appreciate that. But you need to really pay attention about the source of oppression, because in feminism it's not only about gender, the source of oppression here. Sometimes it's about money. I mean, it doesn't mean that you are a girl or a boy, but if you do not have money, then you will be oppressed. Sometimes it is more about sovereignty of the land, colonization, for example. And sometimes it's more about racism. And sometimes it's more about any other, like mental, cognitive, and any other. So feminism is not as that simple as you are a guy and I am a girl and we have our relation. No, it's not like that. Sometimes when a black American, for example, get oppressed by a white male American, we cannot tell whether this black women of black American women oppressed because she is black or oppressed because she is women. So please, when you analyze anything, please really make sure that you really find the source of oppression by citing more and more from the object material or from the novel itself. So that's my comment. And thank you, Nurois, and also we move on to Aflah Alfiyah. Um, Aflah, are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, so Aflah, you're analyzing for Harry Potter and the Soccer Stone, the first one. So you are employing the element of the characterization. Well, this one is pretty much similar with my final project. You can take a look at the library at the third floor of B3, but I would rather focusing on the characterization from Harry Potter in related to Greek and Roman mythologies, if I'm not mistaken, but you're more focusing on that. Actually, Harry Potter and Voldemort are connected to each other. So this one is your finding. What I want you to maybe dig it up more is that when Harry Potter and Voldemort connected to each other and you reveal it right now, it's not a novel anymore. It is not something new. So novel here is not the book of a story, but more about the new idea that you bring up toward your research. Besides the fact that a good research is actually a research that is impressive, bring something new. What is the novelty from your research? Something like that. So I want you to dig it up more. Maybe we are all already we are realized that Harry Potter and Voldemort connected to each other, but what is more from that? I mean, only if Harry Potter and Voldemort are connected to each other, then so what? That's what's your assignment right now, to dig it up more. What is beneath it? In bahasa Indonesia, okay, connected. Tapi kenapa setelah itu? Kenapa dibuat connected? For example, you need to really dig it up until that thing, I think. Because if your finding is just Harry Potter and Voldemort connected to each other, we already, it's not a secret anymore, especially when the last series of Harry Potter has been published. So please dig it up more. Thank you. And we move on to the last one, Judy Setiawan. Judy, are you with me?
Yes, Miss.
So you employ also Freudian theory with id, ego, and superego. I think there is no problem in it. I mean, to be using in a film, I think Freud still can be employed. But what you really need to understand is that if you think that the application of psychoanalytic is more than this is the id and then this is the ego and superego, please dig it up more. What is the relation between id and superego, for example, or id and ego, and how if actually you cannot or how if actually on the novel or on the movie the superego felt what's happening, so many reasons. So please relate each other element, so it's not just a definition. That's it. So I think the first, Nanda Putri. Nanda, are you with us?
I think Nanda is not with us. She's not with us.
Okay, so just let her be. So I think that's all my response, and I give it back to you, Pandu. Thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Karin. Okay, we will straight away move into the session 3. So please, the presenter of session 3, like the last session, please send the file or PowerPoint through the Zoom by chatting me privately. Okay. Miss Natasha?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you please send your file to me?
Okay.
That will be also for Miss Trimulyani, Mr. Ardia Putra, Mr. Adi Bagus, and Mr. Devan. I just get an information that Miss Rena Sistine have a technical problem, so I will skip her. So the first presenter will be Miss Natasha. Natasha, I'm downloading your file. Please be ready. Okay, Natasha, you can start now.
Okay, wait. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So the honorable audience, thank you for the time that given to me. My name is Natasha from Universitas Negeri Semarang. Would like to present about social exclusions that occurs in Wonder Novel by R.J. Palacio through a deconstruction analysis. Next. I'm going to talk about the novel in general, purpose of this research, background, methodology, results, and its discussion. Next. So let's talk about novel introductions. Wonder is a children's novel by Raquel Jaramillo or R.J. Palacio, published in 2012. This is a story about this figure face named August Pullman who lives in New York with his parents and his sister Zia. Having been homeschooled for most of his childhood, he is surprised to hear that he enrolled for 5th grade in a local prep school called Richard Prep. Since he never go out to socialize, going to the school is his journey to face any problem that exists in this novel. Next. August is imperfect boy. He is different with others and it leads to social exclusions that he gets. This research has purpose. First, to analyze the character survival in terms of social exclusions to construct the binary opposition between main character and also minor character through social interaction. Second, on how social exclusions occurs and related to the main character survival, and find the value of wonder itself. Next. These are the issues that exist in this novel. Number one is about marginalization, second about social exclusions, and the last is about moral support. Next. This is methodology that I use. Descriptive methodology is used to analyze this research. The goal of descriptive research is to describe a phenomenon and its characteristics according to Nasaji in 2015. The data were collected by reading the entire text of the story, identifying binary oppositions, reversing the hierarchy, and finding another meaning concealed in the text. This paper applies the Derrida's theory about these constructions in analyzing this research to assert the statement to find its meaning. Next. After that, what I found is these binary oppositions that are related to the main character flaws and power to conquer the marginalizations and social exclusions. There are mortifications to self-acceptance, imperfect to perfect, and also friendless to friendship. Next. First, about imperfect. Someone will categorize as imperfect if they are not same with their surrounding in terms of physical appearance and behavior. This striking difference makes August Pullman, as the main character, has portrayed as a kid who doesn't have self-acceptance since he is not normal. We can see in the excerpt that he feels like he's not normal like others. Next. The imperfections that August Pullman have leads to mortifications. It reveals from people's reactions about him. He comes under pressure in convincing people that he is normal. This urge of lack self-acceptance because he is not normal from others. It can be seen from this excerpt where his friends call him as red boy, freak, monster, and etc. At this point, August is always portrayed as deformed, helpless, and weird. It is very likely August's character seems to be insecure about deformity because other characters' perceptions are presented through vocalization. Next. August finally becomes friends with those kids and turns out to sadness because finally he knew that one of them talked behind him in Halloween occasions and accidentally heard someone mock him like others. We can see that in this excerpt that August is such a form of being social exclusion from majority that coming from his friend. R.J. Palacio finally portrayed that August is as the meaning of wonder where he has power to conquer the social exclusions by his weaknesses from moral support and friendship that turns out to be formed as his self-acceptance. Next. So let's talk about friendship. August's new friends, Jack, Will, Julian, and Charlotte, were introduced by Mr. Tashman, the principal, as starting point to August to socialize with new people. But the event at this point makes August aware of other kids' view. No, before that. Still friendship. According to the excerpt, the three kids' reaction can be one of the example of other people's impression of August at first. It goes into detail in telling that August's friends don't really have a mutual trust developed as friends should be in having friendship with August in their first meeting. Next. To conquer his weaknesses, August gets moral support from his surrounding to build his self-esteem. They come from his family and some of his friends named Sunshine as his mutual trust developed. Next. So this is the example of family support that August gets. At first, August doesn't want to go to public school, but in the end, August is finally wanted to go to school, and it proved to you that how August is courage to go to school to socialize with others. Next. And also in friend support, this support came from Sunshine, and we can see in this excerpt where Sunshine is not see August as imperfect, but she wanted to be friend with August because she wanted to.
2 more minutes.
Okay. So this is the outcome that acceptance involves taking a stand of non-judgmental awareness in the story. And August Pullman is finally found his self-acceptance through moral support that comes from his surrounding. Next. So this is the example. Next. So this is the conclusions that I'm going to talk about. First, the social exclusion received a very influential in shaping August Pullman's self-acceptance in the school. Second, from the deconstruction theory, the character has changed from being diffident to confident to appreciate his imperfection along with the storyline by moral support and friendship. Third, R.J. Palacio is succeed in portraying wonder, meaning where physical beauty wasn't everything, because with his imperfect conditions, he was still accepted by the surrounding and also his environment. Social exclusions doesn't always make a person despair and surrender, but social discriminations can shape self-acceptance, and family support contributes greatly in the struggle to find the meaning of wonder. Next. Thank you for your attention. This is the end of my presentation.
You're welcome, Ms. Natasha. Okay. To be quick, I will, Ms. Rena Sistine is with us again. Ms. Rena, are you here? Ms. Rena Sistine.
Yes, sir.
I'm opening your presentation. Please be ready.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So here I will present about women's power as described Idols James, a love story by me, Rena Sistine Arisha, Universitas Negeri Semarang. Next. So I choose novel by Ama Ata Idol entitled James, a love story. So a novel of intense power examining the role of women in modern African society, written by Ama Ata Idol. Next. So the objective of the study first is to describe how women's power described in Idol James, a love story. Second, to explain the character create her identity as a woman in patriarchal system. Next. The method of the research is descriptive, qualitative, and the approach of this research is the feminism theory. Next. So first, the objective one, woman's power described in Idol James, a love story. One of the most pivotal issues in Ama Ata Idol novel James, a love story is its female characters struggle with actualizing identity outside of cultural gender norms. Next. So first, woman's power as wife and mother. As a wife, the main character is expected to serve her husband, preparing food, clothing, and other personal needs. The male peers power structures determine that women exist to fulfill the subservient roles of wife and mothers. But substitutes resistant to this ideology of male domination is apparent not only within the text, but also in actual Kenyan culture. Next. Next, please. Second one, woman's power as career woman. A career woman describes a woman whose main goal in life are to create a career, for herself rather than creating a family. This also applies to the main character in this novel. Ida's novel mirrors the woman movement of Ghana by exploring the various gender roles fulfilled by women and how they inscribe onto the physical female body through issue of rape, marriage, and sex. The novel's central characters experience various forms of oppression in their pursuit of a female identity. In Chains, the character experience negotiate personal responsibility for one's own body and challenge the notion of a singular female identity. Next. So the objective to the character create her identity as a woman in patriarchal system. The character is explained explicitly and still follows the background of the story in so many years. And we are invited to be able to explore Essie's life and her struggle so far, how she can overcome such problem with the sum of methods that she does to claim back the rights she should get. Next. Struggles of the post-colonial Ghanaian society. Fictional characters who struggle with ideas of ownership, equality, and identity as a result of embodied notion of gender and power in their new post-colonial society. Within the text, this idea is embodied in Oko's rape of his wife in an effort to re-establish the gender power dynamic of their relationship. Due to clash of Western and traditional ideology in the post-colonial climate, characters are reinventing themselves with less restriction yet simultaneously accepting and rejecting integral parts of their culture. The effects of post-colonialism and patriarchy within Ida's novel are difficult to differentiate because the domestication of African women cannot be spread from the 20 concentrate effort on the part of colonial authorities to control the population through the introduction, especially European hierarchies such as the nuclear family. Next.
2 minutes left.
Yeah. Control one's own body. In Ida's novel, the physical body is as much victim to patriarchal ideas as the mind. Both are compromised by a social order that favors male masculinities and attempt to disempower women. Characters' embodiment of patriarchal subjection become a catalyst for conflict throughout Ida's novel, as Ghana's social power dynamics contribute to the novel's progression and the oppression faced by its character. Next. So the conclusion is next. Going outside the rules is not a problem because not all rules fit into different personalities. So the main character, she tried all the best she can do with her life. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, Ms. Rena Sistine.
Yeah.
Okay. I will call the next presenter, Ms. Trimulyani. Are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may start the presentation, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Tri Mulyani and I'm from University State of Semarang. Today, I would like to present my research about gender identity related to the main character of the Danish Girl film. In my presentation, I will divide my discussion into 6 parts. The first one is about introduction. The second one is objective. The third one about literary review. The fourth methodology. The next finding and result, and the last one is conclusion. Next slide, please. The Danish Girl is a 2015 biographical romantic drama film directed by Tom Hooper, based on the 2000 novel on the same name by David Ebersol, and loosely inspired by the lives of Danish painters Lily Albe and Gerda Wegener. The main character of the film, Einar, experiences the disorientation of his belief. He presumes that there are 2 people living in his body because the emergence of Lily. In other words, he feels that he is not in the same gender as his physical body. So therefore, this condition becomes one of Einar's obstacles in showing his identity as transgender. Next slide, please. The objective of this research is to understand the gender identity of Einar as the representation of transgender subject and gender confusion to uncover his background to find his identity. Besides, I think gender has to be understood as well because gender are about performance of identity, norms, and gender rules. So everything in lives are about gender, like starting from the clothes that we wear, the language we speak, the jobs that we do, and the behavior that we do. Next slide, please. In this research, the writer, I'm using new criticism to analyze the literary work. New criticism itself stresses close textual analysis and viewing the text as a carefully crafted, orderly object containing formal and observable patterns. In addition, new criticism more focusing on literary elements and how they work to create meaning. Next slide, please. The methodology of this research, I'm using new criticism theory to analyze the conflict and theme. New criticism theory is a theory that focuses on the text itself as the sole source of evidence to interpret a piece of literature. This thesis, I'm using a descriptive qualitative method. It means that the data collected are in the form of words or sentences, not numerical data. On this analysis, I will focus on the main character through the characterization to identify the identity. Next slide, please. Finding and results. In this research, Einar has many obstacles in transforming himself to be a transgender. He went to some doctors, but all of them did not believe in Einar and said that Einar was not normal. Gerda, who is Einar's wife, helped him through the surgery to remove his genital. They also accused him as homosexual since he told them that he had ever kissed a man. In this film, his decision to be a transgender is supported by his belief in himself being a transgender. There are also scenes when Einar gets abused for being so feminine, like confusions, the tears, the questions, and they are all represented very tense throughout the movie. Next slide, please. In the end of the film, Einar Wegener successfully becomes Lily Albe through the surgery, but her body is getting weak and finally he dies. So Einar on this film gives us a character who has shown the gender identity varies at the same time. This film gives us lesson through Lily's character that transgender phenomena are very obvious reality in the mindset of society. The perspective of society forced Einar to do transformation, becoming Lily. Einar may not only feel as a woman, but he must change his physical appearance to be a woman since society sees gender from physical aspect. This change of Einar becoming Lily is one of a new discourse about gender identity developing in the society. The result of the research shows that NR is a transgender named Lily Elbe. It is analyzed through the characterization of NR that leads this research finds the gender identity through the act of cross-dressing, changing gender reputation, and the revelation. Next slide, please. The Danisker film depicts about the life of transgender. The main character of the film, Einar, experiences the disorientation of his belief. He feels that he is not in the same gender as his physical body. That's why this condition becomes one of Einar's obstacles in showing his identity as transgender. Next slide, please. So the Danisker gives us a character who has shown the gender identity phrase. This change of Einar becoming Lily is one of a new discourse about gender identity developing in the society. So this film shows that sexual orientation is not only seen from one aspect, considering to gender masculine and feminine or sex male and female. Yet sexual orientation is using both aspects to identify someone. Next slide. I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
You're welcome, Tri Mulyani. Excuse me. I will. Mr. Ardia Putra, are you here? Mr. Ardia Putra.
Yes.
Okay then.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ardia Putra Arifin. Now I will presentation about my literary work analysis, and the title is analyze the novel Marmut Merah Jambu using new criticism method. Next slide, please. Okay, introduction. Marmut Merah Jambu is a novel written by Raditya Dika. Raditya Dika, or Dika, is a writer who is well known for his comedy books. The student who graduated from Adelaide University launched his fifth book entitled Marmut Merah Jambu in 2010. The process of making this novel took almost 2 years. Marmut Merah Jambu tells the story of love and experience in Dika's life. The reason why I choose Marmut Merah Jambu because besides being widely known, especially teenagers, for its humor and eccentricity, this novel takes the theme of love, which this novel contains Dika as the main character in this novel. Next slide, please. The objective. The objective is to find out specifically what form of love is shown by the main character in the novel using new criticism theory. Next slide. Okay. Before we go to the analysis, I will review about new criticism. So new criticism is 20th century movement, and it is a dominant trend in Britain and America. The name is taken from John Ransom's work, The New Criticism. Actually, this theory had no name until the publication of John Ransom's work is published in 1941. Before 20th century, most of the critics concentrate on other aspects like historical or those feeling thoughts like that. But with the arrival of new criticism, new critics pointed that while studying the text, we should avoid a realist response, the other intention or historical and cultural context and etc. All that background is not all important for criticism of work. This critique must focus formal aspect of a work. The formal aspect or elements include the theme, setting, plot, characters, rhyme, symbol, and etc. And then the text must read by the technique of close reading. So this technique, close reading, is introduced by new critics. Close reading is a reading strategy where a text is read multiple times for the purpose of uncovering deeper meaning. Next slide, please. The methodology. The methodology of this study using new criticism theory, which focus on the theme about love, to evaluate and describe what forms of love are shown by main character in the novel. With new criticism, this study analyzed only based on the text in the novel, deliberately ignoring the author's intuition, reader's response, background aspect, and etc. The study also analyzed using the technique of close reading in order to get the most out of this study. Next slide, please. Now, finding and result. Marmut Merah Jambu. This novel is about love, with how to understand what love is through introspection into Dika's experience. This novel consists of 13 chapters in the form of a separate story. Most of the stories in this novel are about Dika's observation and personal experience. From the 13 chapters in this novel, I choose several chapters to analyze. They are the chapter entitled Pertemuan pertama dengan Ina Mangunkusumo and Pertemuan terakhir dengan Ina Mangunkusumo. This story begins when Dika tells the story of a girl he had a crush on in high school named Ina Mangunkusumo. At first, Dika only staring at Ina from afar in school until finally he dared to ask Ina for date. Dika's first date with Ina was arguably both successful and unsuccessful, in which there are so many ridiculous incidents, such as Dika's wearing mother's perfume until the car he is driving almost hits a tree. However, besides that, Dika is finally able to date the girl he dreamed, and this always makes an impression on Dika's memory. Next slide, please. Several years later, Dika reunited with Ina. On that occasion, Ina confided in Dika about Anto, the boy Ina had always told Dika about in high school. And Ina apparently still had feeling for Anto, until finally Anto told Ina that he already had a girlfriend. At that time, Ina began to realize his existence. Then Ina compared her love story with a quote from Charlie Brown. Nothing takes the flavor out of peanut butter quite like unrequited love. Unrequited love is the thing that can make us cry the most. To know that our love is unrequited, it feels like we don't deserve that person. It feels like being reminded that we are just not perfect, or at least not perfect enough for that person. The unrequited love that Ina experienced for Anto is the same as what happened to Dika. The irony is that Dika unrequited love turns out to be Ina herself. The story ends by giving us a moment of reflection, essentially about the existence of someone We will never be able to completely forget people who took the taste of peanut butter off our tongue. For Dika, Ina is the person who gets rid of the taste of peanut butter on his tongue. Next slide. Now conclusion. By analyzing the novel Maruf Merah Jambu, the theory of criticism, we know the specific of the theme itself, the theme of love.
Mr. Ade?
I will repeat again in conclusion. Conclusion, by analyzing the novel Maruf Merah Jambu using the theory of new criticism, we know the specific of the theme itself, the theme of love. This novel contains lots of love stories experienced by the main character, and one of them that we know is unrequited love. Next slide. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for the attention.
You're welcome, Mr. Ardia. Mr. Adi Bagus Pangestu, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay then, please be prepared. Okay then, you may start now.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adi Bagus Pangestu from English Literature 2018, Semarang State University. In this opportunity, I will explain my analysis of main character and plot to convey the theme as seen in Raymond Chandler's Farewell, My Lovely. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my outline. First is introduction, second is objective of the analysis, third is methodology, fourth is analysis, fifth is findings and results, and the sixth is conclusion. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the introduction for Farewell, My Lovely. Farewell, My Lovely was written in 1940 by Raymond Chandler. The novel tells about the story of private detective Philip Marlowe. The novel follows Marlowe's movements in and around Bay City, a fictional town in California not far from Los Angeles. Marlowe, a former investigator for the district attorney's office, is a loner whose business is slow at the moment. Early in the narrative, Marlowe kills Mr. Sam Montgomery, current owner of Florian's nightclub. Philip Marlowe happens to be in the next room. Moose, who has been looking for his old girlfriend Velma, escapes and Marlowe agrees to help the police bring him to justice. Marlowe then goes poking around Jesse Florian's place. Jesse's deceased husband made on Florian when the neighborhood was predominantly white. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the approach that I use is new criticism. For the introduction is new criticism, name given to a style of analysis held by a gathering of scholastic writing in the principal half of the 20th century. New criticism, similar to formalism, would in the general think about writing as self-ruling and short, implying that everything that is expected to comprehend as work is applied in senate. New critics concrete to the assortment and level of certain artistic gadgets, explicitly similitude, incongruity, strain, and conundrum. New critics underline close pursuing as an approach to draw in with a book and gave close consideration to the collaboration among structure and importance. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the objective of my analysis. There are three objectives here. First, to find out the description of the main character, Philip Marlowe. The second is to know how to plot described in the story. And the third, is to know the contribution of the main character and the plot to convey the theme of the story. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the methodology. In this novel, focusing attention on the minutiae of the everyday world manifests in the abundance of descriptive detail in the midst of the murder scene. The character would rise the absurdity of life, the inconsequential nature of much human endeavor, and the often outrageous demands that the very form of the melodramatic detective story makes on the imagination. Okay, so the chapters are short. The emphasis is on quickly moving the character from scene to scene. The novel is structured through a series of brief encounters between two different characters. The technique invests the novel with a solid dramatic unity because by the close of the story, all the characters have interact with one another. In this intense one-on-one confrontation, which resemble in some ways the structure of a play, it also reminiscent of some stage comedies. For the plot turns on the familiar device of concealed identity, and the central character is placed at the apex of a love triangle involving two women who are completely opposite. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the analysis. The first is the character. Marlowe is not only the detective, but a freelance writer for hire, someone who investigates stories for a living. And of course, that is what Raymond Chandler is doing. He is using Marlowe to explore a mythical violent LA in Farewell to My Lovely. Marlowe described himself, I'm 33 years old, went to a college once and can still speak English if there any demand for it. There isn't much in my afraid. Marlowe is well educated from the way he talks. You can tell he is intelligent and sharp with it. Next slide, please.
2 more minutes.
Okay. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. Okay, this is the. Okay, this Moose Marlowe, strong and known to bright. Okay, the other man who loved Velma, loving Guerrilla, protects her even after he realizes that she is a murderer. He refused to provide information such as her real name. Velma Valento is another alias, and when they were married, and he insists that he does not know where she has gone. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the plot. The first is improbably involuted plots are a feature of pulp fiction as of opera. Pulp means crude. And the second is not only are the plots improbably convoluted, but they know they are improbably convoluted. And the last in the penultimate in chapter 40, Marlowe and his squeeze and Rodian settle down with a Scotch apiece to try and piece together to multiply event and disconnected fragments which make up the narrative we just read. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the theme. The principal themes of Farewell My Lovely are summed towards the end of the story, explaining to Anne Radier the motivation behind the act of Marlowe and Lewin Lockridge. Grail, he tells her that their actions were prompted by love and emotion and basic motivator that cannot be rationally explained. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the end result. The first is level of violence. The second is sexuality. Next slide, please. Okay, the third is gender and rules. The fourth is ethnicity. Next slide, please. The fifth is alcohol, drug abuse. And the sixth is law enforcement. Next slide, please. And the seventh is subject heading, and the eighth is physiological elements. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my conclusion. Farewell My Lovely follows Marlowe as he tags with the two complex cases, one of passion and one of fear. The first is assigned by Moose Mallow, a dumb, like determined to find an old flame, pursued Velma after being released from prison. The other job is kicked off by Lindsay Marriott, a blackmail victim in need a protect, but Marlowe approached both with a heavy sign and a heavy heart, curiosity accidental. Given the number of times Marlowe is attacked in this novel, one can one can surmise that it is part of his character to simply pick himself up and continue moving forward. Being beaten, kidnapped, and drugged are all possible scenarios in Marlowe's line of work, and that is how he responds to physical violence most of the time. It is surprising that he does not use his gun for often. This only provides, however, that while Philip Marlowe may be streetwise, he still possesses a certain kind of intelligence that enables him to think his way out to particular troublesome spot. There are other times when Marlowe simply relies and share will to see him through. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Adi, Mr. Adi. The last presentation in this session will be Mr. Devan Cikal. Are you here, Mr. Devan?
Okay.
Okay, I will. Okay. You may start now.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
So, before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself first. My name is Devan Cikal and I'm from Universitas Semarang. So, my material is Sin and Love as reflected in Daphne du Maurier's novel, A Feminism Perspective. Next. Is the background of study. So why I choose this topic to analyze, because the first one is woman is unique. We know that women can be very, very adorable, and at the same time they can be very dangerous. And second, I want to highlight the symbol of woman's power and another side of woman. The last one is this research applied to feminist discourse analysis. Next.
Ms. Devan, I suggest you to be quick in presenting to keep up with the
my slides is so next one is statement of problems and objective of studies. The statement is how are Sin and Love reflected in Maurice's cousin Rachel, and then how do Sin and Love in constructing main character's identity as a woman. Next. Next. Now, this is how I my way to analyze. So the first one, I read the novel in my cousin Rachel. Then I use feminism perspective, and then use the concept of Sin and Love to construct the identity as a woman. Then I review the novel and film. Then it becomes one result, that is Sin and Love as reflected in Moreau's novel. Next. Next, please. Now, research design and object of the studies. The first one is research design. This research is used descriptive, qualitative, then explore the factors that create the identity of women and the objective. The first one is the material. I use My Cousin Rachel by Daphne du Maurier, and then I read the book, film, and article that relates with the topic. Next. Next. So in discussion, the first one is the factor that may bring happiness for human is love. So this is one aspect of happiness from human. So when human get loved by another human, I mean different gender, they will be happy. But how about death? Love also can bring humans to death. And the things that can affect the effect of love is sin. Next. In My Cousin Rachel, Rachel as the main woman character has small hands and dark, huge eyes. So these symbols can represent the duality of woman. Small hands of Rachel in common thought represent the powerlessness of woman and also represent an extraordinary power. Philip said, "How could I fear anyone who did not measure up to my shoulder and had nothing remarkable about her save a sense of humor and small hands?" So his statement probably has the meaning of men can conquer all of women because they have less power. But small hands can be very, very dangerous because we know that people can killing with from inside. Next. So next one is finding end results. The first one is relation between sin and love. Love also can bring humans to death, and the things that can affect the effect of love is sin. So this statement means sin also can bring humans to death, but also can bring love to humans. Why? Because we already know that there are statements about menghalalkan segala cara, that kind of things. And the second one is duality of woman. Women usually described as warm, adorable, cute, strong, but sometimes also described as powerless, weak, and spoiled. But by this novel, Rachel thrown all of the description of women by many ways. Like the previous thing I have been talk about is with her small hands, she can do anything to Philip. Next.
Mr. Devan, I think the file that you sent me is broken. It's already finished.
Oh, sorry. Should I resend it again?
Okay, if you can do that quickly.
Okay.
Wake up.
And let's move to conclusion page. You already downloaded it?
I'm sorry, I cannot find the file, even though I already downloaded it. I don't know.
Okay, so you can continue it by manually. So the conclusion is, the sin and love concept in creating woman's identity shows the duality of woman and the powerfulness inside the less power of woman. So I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very sorry for the technical problem, Miss Devan. Okay. Thank you for all of the presenters in the session 3. After this will be question and answer session, and I would like to invite Miss Yuliati, Miss Marga, and Mr. Bambang. If you are welcome, very welcome to greet the presenter and the participants. Miss Marga, do you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mas Pandu. Yeah, first of all, congratulations for all presenters and also participants who have joined this academic activity student conference, the third students conference 2020. Yeah, highly appreciate from the organizing committee, from the English departments. Yeah, for your participations, for your bravery. Yeah, from UNES specifically, and also from Unika, I see, from UPI also, and from other private universities. The facilitators or lecturers in our department, have considered that all participants or presenters, have done a very good job. So we were confused to determine who are the best speakers. In minutes will be announced very soon. Umarga has no specific questions for presenters, but would happily to congratulate those who have successfully presented your topics, your project, your potential final project and research, whatever you name it. Hope that through this activity in 1, 2, or 3 semesters, you will be successfully graduate as Sarjana Pendidikan or Sarjana Sastra from English department. That's Mas Pandu. Maybe other comments from the committee before Bu Marga officially announce the best speakers or presenters in minutes.
Okay, maybe before the announcement of the best speaker, I would like to invite Miss Christy as the facilitator of this session.
Okay, thank you, Mas Pandu, for giving me the chance. First of all, I would like to say thank you for Rina Sistine, Natasha Trimulyani, Ardia, Adi Bagus, and Devan Jigal for delivering a great presentation. You are doing a really great job. Well done, everyone. And let's give a big applause for all of you. So actually, my feedback is just you are doing really well, and I have no particular feedback. Maybe I would like to ask something for Mbak Natasha. So your research is related to social exclusion and self-acceptance, right? So I would like to ask how you relate the results of your papers related to self-acceptance in real life. Thank you.
So I will answer Ms. Christian's question. So on how I relate this self-acceptance in the story to real life is that we encourage people to acknowledge themselves, to know they are worthy to live, and also despite all the things, if bad things come, means that we still can survive anyway, and we have to accept what we are, and in the end of the day, it will be also, if we accept ourselves, I believe that everyone will accept us too.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mbak Natasha. So thank you, Mbak Natasha, for your explanation. That's very inspiring for me especially. Thank you. And once again, thank you everyone for delivering such a great presentation. I just send my great respect and my pride for all of you. Thank you.
After this, there will be the announcement of the best speaker. In these two sessions, we will wait for Miss Marga. Just wait for a moment.
Diumumin Chris, tadi siapa namanya? Saya terserah lah, samain aja. Ya, sorry ya, to keep you waiting, students. Very sorry. It's been how long ya? For the whole day, you are monitoring on your laptop or your mobile phone, yeah, waiting for your turns presenting your topics. It's a really hard work, yeah. What a day of the weekend. As I stated previously, Marga will now announce who are the best presenters. Yeah. Although you are not Okay. Please wait. The host will put us in a main room. Don't leave. Don't leave first.